What's up, everybody? Welcome to the channel. My name is Alckemy. We are going to hop right into today's stuff, which I'm super excited about. Patterning 3 released for Mac OS. And this is something that I've been using on my iPad forever. There are some really good things that I freaking love about this. There's also one huge downside to this, which I'm very sad about, but I'll talk about that in a second. We're going to be talking about patterning 3. We're going to be doing some sound design. I might try to do some drum and bass stuff. Hey, Danny. We'll see kind of how things turn out. But that being said, hope everyone is doing well. Thank you so much for showing up. We also need to get through the everyday quick play spells, which we only have one from Gloom, which I already listened to earlier. It's pretty sick. And then we'll kind of move on. So yeah, this is a quick little cut from Philippe. But yeah, it's definitely a banger. Yeah, that's sick. If you want a chance to have your stuff played, then you can, please don't post anything that's already done, but you can submit a 15-second clip of, a project that you're working on or something that you want to share. It could be a sound, it could be whatever. But yeah, this is just a cool way that you can share something that is very short and that we can all take a look at and, have a chance to have it played on stream. Please only submit one per day. Please make sure that it is safe for work. So that way, we don't jump scare somebody or do something inappropriate and get somebody fired. But other than that, also make sure that it's 15 seconds or less. So now that that's out of the way, I want to talk about patterning 3 because as an app itself, I have pretty much nothing but good things to say about this. I've reviewed this on the channel. You've seen me use it a couple of times. There's a kind of a downside to it that I will mention though. Ever employed microtonality? Yes, I have. The issue that I have right off the bat with patterning 3 is that you have to get it from the App Store. And then also, it only runs in AUV3. Which I think Ableton supports, and I know Logic supports, and then I think a couple of other handful of DAWs support. But because of that, that means that I can't run this and MIDI clock sync this to bitwig. Now that being said, you can run this in standalone, and you can make cool things in here and make drum things. One really awesome thing that they added was the MIDI export, and so that basically just means that I can work on these things independently, where I can either make drums or make a drum loop on here and then import the MIDI, or I can just use this in a standalone and then make a loop with it. Which, by the way, this video is not sponsored. They don't even probably know that I exist. This is just like the best freaking drum sequencer in a software format that I've ever used. In fact, this thing kind of ruined my excitement for Stepwise just because as much as I like Stepwise, I pretty much had to recreate all the things that I liked about patterning 3 just to get this to be somewhat similar. And even then it's like more trouble than what it's worth for using this. That being said, this thing is so cool, man. If you haven't seen this, this is like the dopest freaking drum sequencer that I have ever used, both on hardware and on software. I guess the one cool thing about hardware, like I have a Digitac 2, is that there's a tactile feel to it. And then I use this on iPad as well, which there also is a tactile feel to it, which I would probably say like, hey, this is probably going to be better because you can use your fingers, you have the multi-touch thing and all that other stuff. And so the interactivity of this is, at a much higher quality level. But it doesn't mean that the thing itself, isn't worth using on its own. And I'm going to show you why this thing is so sick. So we'll set this at 85. We'll set this mulchy bioluminescent organisms at 85. And oops. Yeah, we'll just create a new project. So this is a step sequencer. You have 8 different sounds. But what I love most about this is that this kind of carries into like so many other things that give you an immense amount of control for rhythm and offset stuff. If you are into halftime or you're into anything regarding hip hop, this is such a helpful tool. So very quickly, I'm just going to get a sample in here. We'll go into my sample pack and then let's find just like a kick. We can demo the kick. Okay, it looks like that's already doing its thing. So if I were to set up something, then we can go kick based off velocity. Boom, boom, boom. Then we can go snares. Very easy. Then we can do a cool little hi-hat pattern, something kind of like this. Doesn't really matter. We can do something else kind of like that. Maybe some kind of syncopation. And then if we hit play. Now, this is kind of just, you know, how to get up and running at a glance. And I'm probably not going to talk about every single feature that we have through here. I really just want to get into why this shit is so cool. So first of all, one thing that this does is that you have all these parameters that you can add, which is a pretty long laundry list. It does have some built-in LFOs and stuff, but this is the shit right here. So I'm gonna move these early, right? Then the second thing is that on the entire sequence, you can actually offset these by steps or by ticks. So I can make my hats late. And now that I have that, I can nudge these a little bit early and a little bit late to create a separate groove. And so with this, I'm actually just going to go back to the velocity and turn this off for a sec. Now listen to how that's grooving. I can nudge this a little bit late. And so making beats and stuff like this it's so fast. It's so fast to create things. The one thing that I would say that this can improve on, aside from being sad that there's no VST version, is the sample editor has a few different options, but they have a couple of things that I would just love to see. You know, so like the biggest one would be like a sampler with a chopper or something like that, which I'll tell you right off the bat, if I use this on iPad, then my workaround that I found is using this in MIDI mode and then using Koala Sampler. So that way I can kind of get the best of both worlds. It is unfortunately two separate apps, but it's definitely a powerhouse. And even though the sample stuff is not my favorite, there's still a lot of things that you can do. So for example, you do have a couple of options and sound design tools that you can utilize. It would be cool if I could like right click and normalize this as well, which apparently you can't, but that's okay. But we can add a little bit of, yeah, so we can add a little bit of that. We can go into the filtering if we wanted to. So we can cut this off, move the decay, reduce the hold. Yeah, you know, just different stuff like that that you can utilize to kind of shape it. Some other things that you can do is, let's say like I want to change the timbre of my snare. This does also have a ring modulator, which is pretty nice. So which is pretty sick. And then we can go into the mix here and then do like a high pass. And then I think over the entire kit, if I'm not mistaken, if we go down to the effects here, there is some master controls that we have. So like there's some overall distortion. There's some EQ. There's some compression. So you can apply a little bit of mild release. This unfortunately only goes down to 100. But you can do some parallel compression on this. and get it to sound a little bit better. This isn't necessarily a new plugin. This is just something that I recently merged from iPad to Mac OS. So this is so I love this plugin, man. Or I love this program. It's so cool. Like this is just one thing that you can do. It also has a pattern builder. So if you wanted to, you can create pretty much as many different patterns as you want. You can also make the steps go up to like an insane amount. But let's just say like I wanted to create a song with this. Like I could go here and then let me go back to this. We'll unlock this and we're gonna go into the copy pattern, or rather, sorry, copy pattern, and then we'll move this here. And so on this pattern, we'll come back and we'll change. Oh, sorry, I copied the wrong pattern. Let's go here and then duplicate that. No, I don't know why it keeps doing that. Delete. All right, we'll just lock that in and then we'll go duplicate. And so now we've got an A1 and we can create a variation to this super easily. And maybe even like add like a ride or something. And so now we've got two different sections here that prostate problems are not fun. Sorry, what? And so kind of back off of that. Kind of grab this. There we go. That sounds a little bit cleaner now. Now, some other cool things that you can do with this is quite a few things. Like one is you can ratchet it. And you can kind of basically do exponential rhythms like that, which is sick. You can also change the tuning of this. Yo, ISO, what's up, bro? Then there's some other stuff that you can add to this as well. So for one, if we go to the pitch, distortion, ring mod, fine tune, LFO, we can go into, where is this? Fine tune, randomize, course tune. We can randomize all of this. We can apply an LFO, which I don't know where the LFO shapes are. I'll have to go find that. But I thought that there was an actual pitch tuning on here. But if we go to the LFO, oh, here's the LFO right here. So you can set this to random if you want. You can also set this to, instead of it going to the LFO thing with your targets, and this is like per lane, by the way, or per sound, which is freaking awesome. So each layer has two different LFOs. This reminds me so much of like Digitact workflow, except it's in like the form of a circle. It's fucking awesome, man. This was such a good idea. Where is this though? There should be a thing that's like, okay, so fine tuning is not on there for some reason. but maybe it's in the samples. And you can also do per step tuning like this as well. So there we go. Okay, so if I wanted to change the tuning of this, I could. Maybe not. Maybe there's something on here that's not letting me actually tune this by like one semitone, but there should be a thing on here that will allow me to do that. Oh, okay, so that's one semitone, but yeah. And so because of that, like you can create, like different melodies and stuff on here, but I wouldn't really use that. But even still within this, what we could do is apply some ring mod to this and make it into like a more metallic percussive sound. See, like that's so much sicker. So once I have something like that, then like I said, we can go back to our pattern here and create multiple copies of it, do something different. We also have alternates. It's where you can go into your solo and mute, and then we also have fills. And so if you turn on the fill or whatever, then it'll create a variation within the pattern that you can just do that. And this is more of a performance thing. It's not really something that I would prefer to use, but even still, you can block everything together as well by coming into this guy and then being like, yo, all right, we're going to go into A1 and then we're going to add nothing in timeline. We'll add this here and then we will add, say, A2, and then you can set this loop here, make sure that the looping is turned on. And so now this will kind of run through everything that you have, which we need to set this to be on, but right. And so once you kind of have a bunch of different blocks and a different idea, or like a few different ideas, I wouldn't try to like make a track with this like this per se, but you can export either the audio, the stems, or the MIDI onto something and then like throw this on a drum groove or whatever. And that's just one thing that like just makes this a lot easier. Like I would love, this does have MIDI out, so I would love for there to be a way to just use this as a plugin. I could probably do it in Ableton, but I'm not going to switch over to Ableton just for this. This is more of something that I'll probably just keep using on the iPad. Even still, Bitwig or Olympia Noise Co., like if you all could develop a standalone version for this, I'd be more than happy to advocate it because like I said, this is my favorite drum sequencer that I've ever experienced. So if you are using this in standalone, one other major thing that I want to talk about is the kits. So this is such a boss move that I absolutely like have so much respect for the Olympia Noise Co. Because he created, or they, I think it's just one person, but they created an ecosystem for user generated content that does not cost money. This is a community like collaboration. And what I mean by that is you'll notice that there is only a single drum kit on here. But if I go to the cloud kits on here, all of these kits are drum sounds that people have submitted for free that you can download and use within your thing. If that's not the coolest fucking thing ever, I don't know what to tell you. This is one of the best and most consumer friendly community building tools that I've ever seen. And it's just something that, yeah, like especially in a world of like DLC and, like, oh, buy this, oh, buy this. And even for somebody that does make stuff, this is a great way to get your stuff out there. For example, if I go to artist and I go to here, it's a very high chance that you will see somebody, maybe, okay, maybe, All right, well that's disappointing. Maybe it's not maybe the cloud isn't together with 8 tracks. Maybe the cloud isn't together with the iPad version, but I've got a bunch of my own kits on here. So maybe if I go name, is there a way to search featured? But yeah, I mean all this stuff is available for free. You could just download it. And then what's really cool is like once you have something that is, interesting or whatever, let's just take this one. I don't even know what this sounds like. And you can download all of these, and just spend a day like getting drums, and you can mix and match the kits and whatever. Um, it looks like this is still downloading, so just give it a sec. Maybe. Maybe it's not working as intended yet, but yeah, you can completely swap the kit. So let me try one more. See if I can get this to work. And like I said, on iPad, this is very seamless, but I'm starting to think that maybe the kits that are on standalone are not synced up with the cloud kits or whatever. But dude, even still, it's freaking cool. And like I said too, you can just make your own kit and then you can share and upload. So this is having a hard time right now. Oh, there we go. So yeah, so now if I play this, right, and now I go, okay, well, let me just go here and let me lock the MIDI. I can just change this. Empty template? Now look, I've got a totally different vibe. This thing, like, dude, Olympia Noise Co., if you're watching this, fucking get with me. Please, get with me in the community, because this, I cannot say enough good things about this plugin. Cannot say enough good things about this app. And I guess just for, if anybody's wondering, it's $30. This thing just has so many features packed in for what it's worth that I'm like, it's not very often that I talk about a plugin like this. It's also not very often that I review a plugin out of my own good faith of like not doing something with a collaboration or something. But this is one that I'm like, yo, this is it. If you watch my channel and you are into any kind of swanky beats, whatever, I have no problem advertising this. Assuming, yeah, like, I have no problem advertising this. I have no problem parodying this because of how useful this is. So, it also supports drag and drop, which is also pretty cool, I think. So, yeah, let's say I want to, is there a way that I can just like remove all the samples at once? I don't think so, but I guess we could go empty kit. Yeah, which I guess that actually is pretty convenient because that way I don't have to fire up something new. But because of that, I could go, okay, well, we're going to go into my sample pack and I will go just find something from Rolling Sampler because I can't remember where all my new shit is, but surely I've got some drums in here somewhere. But yeah, let's find some stuff. Do that next. Some bass design. Oh, that's sick. Okay, there we go. So we can take this and throw this into a snare. So we'll go here and put this in. And then we can open this and pick where we want the sample to be. Now, one thing with this is that I also wish that this had a zoom. which it kind of does right here, where you can kind of stretch this out and kind of zoom like this. As you can see, this is a little bit off, which it's not that big of a deal, but just kind of push that over just a little bit, whatever. So there is that, but having like a slice feature or something would be so boss. Was that a kick? There we go. So we can toss that into the kick. Kind of like so. Then, where's my other stuff here? So we can toss that into our ride, which I think is here. Do I have any shakers or anything? There we go. And so what I'll do with these is I'll just put both of those, or I'll put the same sample here. So this one will be this one, because I don't want to spend too much time on this. But then we'll take the same thing and then put it in here. And so now we've got the same pattern, but we've got our own drums in here, right? So I probably want to push that kick a little bit later. So I'll come back in here and nudge this a little bit later. And so within this, right, let's go ahead and edit the sample. I'm currently in, oh, maybe that's, okay, so when you pull up Alt, that will pull that stuff up. I didn't know that. Okay, I learned something new. If you pull up the Alt, there's this stuff as well, to where you don't actually have to, go and map it from this guy. You can just do it here. So that's why I was like, what the fuck? Okay, but yeah, so we can change the tuning of this. And then we can add a little bit of ring mod. Then we can send it into a little bit of delay. And then on the delay, we can change this to just this. Just a tiny amount. There we go. Right? So, you know, now that we have that, if we go in here and we go into share to cloud kits, then we click on this, and now we've got some options that we can focus on. So for one, I'm going to allow full access. I think that just quit on me, but it's okay. This should be saved. hopefully. Yeah, so even though this quit, it kind of save states, which is really nice, I think. Yeah, so let's try that again. We'll go back here, and then we'll go to share to cloud kit. Turn this on. We're gonna call this review kit. And what I can do, which is really freaking cool, is I'm not sure, but I think that I could probably just copy this and go bloop. And then I could go www.alckemy.com. So I can advertise my own stuff. Then I can change this, Bruce Lee stuff, to a different thing. Although, can I just like drag something in here? Like, I wonder if I could go like this. I'm also the editor for the martial arts channel. Boom. Look at that. Drum and bass, hip hop, 808. See, they know me. They know me. I go like this. Go down. Drum kit, review kit. Scroll down. Got the tags up because I think you can only add 3 tags. And drum kit must contain only user imported samples. All right, so it says that these are not the right samples. Oh my god. Holy shit, chaos is going on outside. Hold on a sec. Yo, living in Vegas is crazy. Oh, okay. All right, I was making sure it wasn't that crazy lady. So, yeah, I guess it's rename samples to use kit name. Alckemy kick. Alckemy snare. Alckemy hat. Alckemy hat. And then everything else is empty. So that's done. Now, yeah, for some reason this is saying that this kit is not user generated or whatever, but basically once you have that, then you can just upload this as a kit, and then this will go into the cloud, and then everybody else around here can download it. Yo, what's up, yeah? So, I mean, yeah, and at the very least, I can save this into my own kit, so you don't have to share it if you don't want to, but now anytime I open something up, we can use this. We can also preview it, which is really freaking cool. So if I go to, let me go to save, and then let me go to new. We'll just go create. I love that it remembers the last thing as well. And we go here. Then when we go into this, hold on 1 second. We go here. There should be a way to preview this as well. And maybe that's only when you browse. So maybe if we open the cloud back up. But yeah, I have the kit saved, which is really nice. Oh, here we go. Okay. So yeah, you can just listen to a preview on this. Right. And then we can continue to download a bunch of shit on here that's like, you know, just go download, and then now it's ready. I think it's easier to open the cloud and then to preview whatever it is as opposed to just hitting the download, if I'm not mistaken. But yeah, I know that this is a cool kit, right? So we just go download, we go done, and then we can just start kind of cooking, you know? So boom, So we can do something kind of like this, and then we go bloop, we go bloop, we go bloop. Hey guys, just got home from New Hampshire. My dog had surgery today. All is well. Going to be a rough few next weeks, but she'll be on track again and better. You got to take care of the doggo, man. I'm glad that she's okay. So we can, oh, I didn't even talk about the swing thing yet. So I'll do that now. But what I'll do is I'll make these a little bit early, kind of like this. And then on the entire kit, I'm just going to add that compression like I usually do. Right. So So in here we can move this off. So now that we have that, there's also a swing option on here, which is really freaking cool. It's the most unique swing thing that I've ever seen. If we go into out of alt and back into the pattern, there is this. And this thing right here, I'm still trying to figure it out because I'm not sure if like I think that this is based off of the pattern or the loop, and then you can quantize it. But this thing right here just has like it's basically a modular groove pull, because what you can do with it is move stiff stuff off kind of like this and kind of pick your own groove, and make it as weird or as crazy as you want, and then go back and like adjust the quantization, which is just awesome. So if we start here and we just listen to the hi-hats, it would be cool if I could just double click and have it reset. You can do that on iPad, but this is like having this being applied to your entire drum groove. Like obviously I'm going super extreme with it, but is really nice because like you can just add a little bit more flavor to kind of help everything glue together. Now, even still, the reason why I'm still a little bit confused about this is because you'll notice that this is changing color. But yeah, I guess the swing amount is not changing. So that's just kind of something that was a little bit confusing. I was hoping that you'd be able to apply swing to each individual track, because that would be like honestly overkill, but I'd still really appreciate that, as sick as that would be. But there's more than enough tools on here for you to be able to, you know what I'm saying? Like very quickly sketch some drums or a pattern or something, and like create, you know, 4 or 5, 6, 7, 8 different parts of a track, and then just go and throw the MIDI out. So if I were to say, okay, well, I really like this, we'll just kind of come here to the main thing, I believe. Oh, is that showing alternate? Oh, interesting. Oh, it just cycles through. Okay. Sorry. Yeah, so we'll go here and then we could go to export audio and MIDI. And then we could go here to just MIDI. We can go to the master here. And then we can go to export location. And now what I can do is I don't know if I want to do, is there a way that I could just put this into the library for bitwig? Because that would make things a lot easier. I don't think so. Can I make a new folder? Show in Finder. Show in Finder. I have to do it this way. Documents. New folder. Patterning 3. MIDI. So we go here. We go boom. Now that's exported. So we go back to our documents here. Go to date modified. Date modified. Date modified. Maybe. Did that not save to my documents? Date modified. Wait, what? Oh, I still have to hit export. Show in Finder. So we go patterning 3. There we go. Countless surgeonfish. And then we have A. And so now I can take this and move this here. I'll review that later. Yes. So now we can throw a drum groove on here, a drum rack. Sure, we'll just do the quick rack. And I will place all of this where it needs to be. Back at it. So now we've got which I guess this exported at 120, which sucks. I don't know why that did that. Let me delete automation lane. Set this back to 85. But what I like is that it still keeps all of the velocity and it still keeps all of the timing of everything being off, you know? And so you know, even though this is kind of mid or whatever, now what I can do is take most of this here and just make it a little bit later. Maybe this isn't the best example with this quick rack or whatever. It's just a fast way to get some drums. But if we were to go like this. What are we doing here? I like that a little bit better. So yeah, like now we've got a little beat that we can either elaborate on or nice. Do you still process your drums after you do processing on the kick and snare and stuff? Yeah, always. I don't always do much, but generally speaking, room reverb and clipping. Yo, what's up, Michael? That's generally a must for me. And then I guess if you wanted to take it a step further, what we could also do is we can go into the drum machine. This drum machine. I don't know what happened, but that deleted everything. Let's try that again. Let's try that again. Jesus. And then what we can do is we can take the kicks and the snares or whatever and divide these individually. I usually just clip, but I'm going to try some reverb. Yeah, experiment. But like, why? That's the thing that you should be asking yourself is not what do I do? Why? What is it that you're like? What do you want your drums to sound like? Don't just add shit because you're just trying to add shit. If you're trying to make things cooler, you know, experiment for sure, but you you definitely want to, you know, understand why these things are doing the things that they're doing. Reverb is not going to get you there. Yeah. So, you know, now you've got that. And then, you know, you can kind of utilize this to start your track or whatever, but it all started from the patterning, right? And the cool thing is that, why was that so slow? Oh my God. The cool thing is that you can just use this to sketch in a completely different environment. And this is why I love having this on iPad so much, because it takes me out of like, stop trying to make drums and like start creating different drum ideas. And obviously we only did like a halftime beat or whatever, but Jesus Christ, dude, sorry. Yeah, like this is definitely expandable and tangible for, getting out loops or getting out MIDI clips or anything of the sort. And it's nice that you can kind of like bank and have essentially both, right? Because if you're using patterning and you export both the audio and the MIDI, then you have a copy of both things. You can export the stems if you want to. It's just super flexible. So that's just something that I freaking love about patterning in general. It's such a useful device. I don't necessarily know if, this is one of those things that like I'm going to make myself use at the beginning of every project, just to be totally transparent, because I usually don't work like that. But if I want to do something different, that's definitely a healthy tool. But you absolutely could. You could start in patterning 3, just get a drum vibe going or something, and then start building around your track or whatever. But for me personally, I like to just not have to jump back and forth in between stuff. So I need to. What am I missing? I need a gate. Cool. So we can open this up into percussion and kind of lay some of this in here. You don't really need much, to be honest. Turn that off. And then we could just find some stuff that we can layer over this. So we can kind of find some other stuff to kind of layer over this. I don't really like that sound. But adding a little bit more dynamism to this. I take some of this stuff and just kind of layer it in. Kind of just add a little bit more to it. Take out the... Is all this in drums? No, it's not. So it needs to be, though. So we can take this and just take out the low end. Okay, so this is pretty cool. I like that it sounds pretty industrial, but we kind of need a little bit more texture to this, so shit, I want the kilohertz one. So if we go like this, there we go. It's a little bit softer. And then we need to take out that clip right there, or that click rather. We can take this right here and go like that. We can take out that hit to give it a little bit more space, so we can go. Kind of move this here, maybe to like there. That's so cool. And then we can keep adding to this, you know, just like maybe like right there. And just kind of pull that off. I fucking love halftime. I live for this shit. There's actually a tone in that somewhere. Yeah. So sick, man. Um, and then you can kind of just, you know, switch this stuff up to create variations for it. Create a reverse like that. Spread that out. And J. Fade that in. Find a different cut. Man, yeah, I fucking love making drums. Um, that's my favorite thing. I like doing it more than making bass. So, yeah, I guess now we could try to just get a little sketch going. I'm gonna pull out the Oxy One sequencer, and we can try to find some kind of melodic thing to go over this just for fun. I'm gonna try not to be too pedantic, and just kind of allow myself to make whatever. Empty project sounds good to me. I've been using the Oxy One a lot more. What's up, Fudge? Also, hi everybody. I appreciate you all coming in. To catch you up to speed, if you haven't been here a bit, Patterning 3 came out for Mac. If you already have it for iPad, then you can just get it for free. There is a glitch on the App Store to where it'll say that you need to purchase it again, but if you go purchase and you just, you know, go through the thing, it will not charge you. It'll say you already own this, which is great. But we made this pattern and we exported the MIDI, and then we got this drum loop. I switched the drums out, and then I just kind of went through my usual drum process about how I get texture and all that shit in here, and now we're kind of with this. Yeah. Cool tool. Obviously it gets results. Yeah, it's like I said, I think that Patterning 3 is my favorite drum sequencer program I've ever used. In some cases, I don't know, like I have an Oxy 1 in front of me, and in theory it can do a lot of the same stuff that Patterning 3 can, but there's just something to be said, especially if you have this on iPad, where you can just use your finger and like fucking like get it all together super fast, which is fucking awesome. And I just, yeah, I love doing that. So if we were to just make a pretty fast 808, I'm gonna kind of speed run this a little bit. We'll go note. And set this to like C1, I think. C1, set this to like 48. Kind of closed. Set this here to legato. We've got that cool little glide 808. Some shaper table would be nice. I don't really even know if I like want this to be in here, but we're just gonna throw it in. And then something else that we can do is use another LFO here. Probably should have done that with an LFO in general, but we can kind of give this a really fast pitch bend. Kind of like this, and then this can kind of give it a little bit more of a kick character. Yeah, that sounds good. And then we can give that texture if we want to a little later, but if we kind of just have that as a starting point. Pretty sick. One thing I'd like to see is, can I create a note out, multi-note, note transpose, bouncing notes. Huh. Oh, you know what I can do is I can go replacer. On the note, and that shouldn't do anything, I think. And I think that I should be able to do this with the clap as well, if I'm not mistaken. Is this in the right place? Yes. So I am curious to see if this pork will allow me to, if we go here to the top of this. Yeah, I'm curious if the pork will let me grab this for the kick and the snare. Was I in Circus Soleil? Yes, I was. So if I go here and I go to drums, drum machine, no, that doesn't work. Okay. So here's what we can do instead. If I'm not mistaken, I think that I could just do this. Dope. Respect to physical discipline. Yeah, thanks. Yep, still flipping. I'm 33. I'll be 34 in a few months and still doing my thing. I love it. And I am married to it. For better or for worse. Okay, yeah, so that's actually really convenient because I can just pull this out. I'm sure you have good posture. No, I have terrible fucking posture, habits, and routine. But a lot of producers, posture, hunches, myself included, I'm 100% tune in and support sessions for fitness on top of DAW stuff. I do have some videos on that, but they just don't, I don't really have a lot of reaction to it, which is okay. But yeah, I just don't really feel like people are all that interested in it, to be honest. Unfortunately. Okay, so we need to create 2 more tracks. And then we go here. And then we go here. And then, oh no, is this going to play all of the MIDI? Fuck. All right. Okay, so the easiest way to do this then. What am I doing here? What happened to the kicks? Oh, the replacer is fucking those up. Okay. So the easiest thing to do then would be to 1, 2, 3, 4. And then we'll go kick. We'll go snare. Then we'll go hat. And then we'll go hat. And then honestly, just turn these off. That's probably the most efficient way to do this, to be honest. We'll go here, turn these off. And because bitwig will save your CPU when you deactivate stuff, it's not really that big of a deal. But now this should be kind of ready to go. As it turns out, the lowest common denominator of human experience is pain and suffering, as such algorithms naturally cater towards while suppressing health and wellness. Yeah, and negativity, just in general. People are really geared towards negativity. I try not to do that here. But, you know, at the same time, music is pain. So there is some merit to that. So, cool. Now we've got a nice little box. And now this should be sidechain. Yeah, you're right. No lies detected. So we can throw an 808 over that. It sounds pretty good. I kind of like that off 808 as well. Yeah. Yeah. One thing that we do need to do on this though is we need to set a hold on here and not leave that. There we go. Then we can just, it's already clipped, but we can clip it again just in case. And then we can kind of take everything off of this. Kind of like so. Yeah, now we've got some space. Take this and reverse it. It's cross-platform because it's Java. I didn't know that. What's up, Gloom? Some mad geniuses figured out how to hack and slash Java files to properly theme bitwig. Oh, I have seen that. Polarity has a video on that. I also would highly recommend his extensions, or rather his scripts. These scale maker, melody maker, file name generator, chord maker, all that is really good. Yeah, he's pretty dope. made this bass yesterday. So we'll see if we can incorporate that somewhere. I think that was the one. Boom, 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 war. You know, something like that I think would be kind of sick. Oh. Yo, what's up? For the Arcana members, that patch is actually available for download. I found out the secret though to like what makes this do what it does. It's just it's like just having a better relationship or a better understanding of what you're doing with your mids, with your low pass, and then putting a chorus on the mids. That does so much. But yeah, that's how you get those roaring, you know, monster sounds. Yeah, it's pretty sick. We do need to add a couple of things to this though. So I'm gonna go neuro bass rack, add a little bit more OTT to this. This is just upwards and downwards compression and then some reverb on the top end. And then maybe what I might even do is just kind of let that bleed out a little bit. And then we'll make this a little bit larger. So that way it'll just give it a little bit of shimmer. And then I'm actually going to replace this with over. Don't ask me why, but I kind of prefer this clipper over Newfangled these days. There we go. And so now yeah. No, it's a clipper. All right, so now that we have that, we can set this to the Oxy 1, all channels. And then we can grab Serum 2 or something. And I'm going to create a scale. Something maybe like Phrygian Dominant or something. Maybe just plug some notes in. Do, 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 do. Sometimes, but no, not usually. Clipping and compression are not the same thing. Let's try something a little more emotional. There we go. Clip something with a compressor. It depends. Like multi-band dynamics from Ableton does not have a built-in soft clip. Fuse compressor does though. But also compression is time-based, whereas clipping is not. So that's like one of the biggest things about that. Because a compressor has attack and release, that means that it's time-based. That means that if you have an attack, it's going to say, that's actually, I didn't know that they had that. That's really fast. Whoa. Is that new? Holy shit. Yeah, so it's time-based because it means that it has to elapse a certain amount of time before the compressor actually hits its maximum point, whereas a clipper is based off of volume or based off of gain. It can also be delayed when you have look ahead. The compressor plus? Well, just the function of it is meant to be like the function of compression is time based, but when and also like when you compress something, you get harder squares because it doesn't cut. Whereas if you're using a clipper, it's going to round off, like it's literally going to shave off those peaks and kind of round out those edges. Whereas if you compress something downwards, it's going to hard press it into having much harsher squares. You know what I mean? So like, if I have a sine wave, which I don't think that this is actually a perfect sine wave, but whatever. Let me see here. Oscilloscope. Okay. So if there we go. It's pretty close. If I compress the fuck out of this, and then pull the makeup up, it's a pretty hard square. You also have different characters that you can add to it, which which that's interesting. That turns that more into a saw wave. But if you have clipping, say over, it's going to make this very, very warm. Even at this, those edges are still pretty soft because it's cutting the tops off and rounding them out. So like this is all minuscule stuff, but you know, no, they're not the same. Long story short. What's up, Tech? Well done with the visual representation. Thank you. That's kind of cool too. Nice. Good, good. Thinking about the same things you talk about in the car. Good. Those are conversations that I want to have. Beat is done. Okay, so I want to have a switch up here. Isn't it crazy? Just like Alckemy snare. When I send these projects to other people, do they turn it completely different or what they would have expected? I don't know. Do you want to find, like, nobody, every time I send these to projects, nobody ever sends anything back. Like, I've Nobody writes anything back to this shit. That's why I either finish it or I abandon it. Fuck, I'm dying. Oh, shit. Yeah. Oh, for real? Yeah. It'd be like that. This is why I don't collab with people, usually. Unless if they're actually in the studio with me. I wonder if I can get this to do this. Which, you know, I'm guilty as well of like a project going absolutely nowhere, but this is a random beat that we made today from talking about I was glazing over patterning 3, and so what we did was I I basically did a small review over patterning 3 because it's for Mac now. Unfortunately, there's not a VST version that supports bitwig, but if you have Ableton or you have Logic, then you can use the AUV3 version, which is a huge W. But even still, we made this pattern. And then I took that pattern, and right now it's spread out across all of these different MIDI things. But if I were to take out all of the other stuff that I added, give me one sec. Pretty much just replaced the drums and maybe moved a couple of things, but we got this. Then I harmonized, or like I just, you know, did my resampling thing like I always do, and we added some texture. Added some shakers, added some other texture, added some hats. And then I was like, all right, let's throw an 808 over this. And just made that quickly. That's not what that's supposed to sound like. That's what that's supposed to sound like. Yesterday I made this bass, and I have a video on it for the Arcana memberships. Hey, Newcron, which is just this little guy. Which is really cool because it's actually like not very much. It's just distortion, the EQ, a notch, some ring mod, saturator, some distortion, comb filter, chorus, and then a low pass. But yeah, anyways, I've been like hell bent on trying to create like disprove kinds of basses that are just very vocal. And I think I did a pretty good job this time. And so that's where we got this little guy. So I just did like a pitch bend or whatever, and so now I came up with this melody on the Oxy 1, and that's how we got here. Yeah, so, and then what I was working on was I switched the snare very quickly. And so we're going to kind of try to focus on cleaning or getting that where I want it to be. I'll make an Alckemy remix once I set up my desk PC with the drum machine. Yeah. It's been a while since I've done a remix thing. Now that I think about it. I don't think I've done one in like 5 years. 4 years. 2021. Oh, you just moved? You know what though? Like one thing that I still really appreciate that you did was how many kitchen samples you supplied when we did the Alckemy sample pack. That was some G shit. Thank you for that. Okay. What I want from this, hey GB, what's up? Is let's do one. Remix thing. Is anybody gonna participate? Like there's nothing more like there's nothing more demoralizing than trying to do like a remix thing and then like nobody does it. I also don't think that my music is so hot shit that people should remix it either, but that's a different conversation. I guess if you if we were to do that, what song would you all want to remix? Can make a remix EP and put it out on Soul Steel Records. I thought about doing that. I mean, I even thought about doing like a collective. But the problem is that I don't want to deal with having to pay out like royalties and run that because that's one hat that I'm not trying to wear. Like I'm not trying to be a label guy. Just got to remind people that it's not halftime only since most people on the server don't write bass music at all. Yeah, that was who was I just talking to about that? Something of mine that's super melodic. Probably Ruminate. Or maybe some of my older stuff. Or maybe even Who I Am. I've got some stuff that's super melodic, but yeah, it would probably have to be something that is like that just because like Gloom was saying, hardly anybody in my server actually writes halftime music. What was I doing? EQ plus. All right, so this has a good transient, but it doesn't really have the. I want the stick hit to be a little bit more noisy. It's kind of cool. Any good? I've seen Get Your Snack on talking about on Sendo's place, Ton Norris. Well, the glue is Ableton is this is the same thing as Ableton's glue compressor, just with a couple more settings, but it's the third party version. That was like one thing that I didn't like leaving, switching from Ableton to Bitwig, and that was kind of my answer to that. There we go. Oh yeah. Yeah, all of Ableton's stock stuff is more than okay. That can stay. Wait. What? Oh. 6? One, two, two, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Whatever. There's this cool interaction right here somewhere with this that is really awesome, but I don't want it to be there every time. That's so cool. Am I stupid or like what the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay. Yeah, I am stupid. I was like, what the fuck? Okay, okay, okay. What did I just do? Nice. Yeah. Yeah. Sometimes, actually, I'd say like 80% of the time on this channel I make hot garbage, but every once in a while I'll cook up something that's really cool. Every once in a blue moon. Oh, man. Yeah. Yeah. I think what I want to do for this part is change up the shaker pattern as well. Wait, what? What the fuck just happened? Oh, okay. Dude, what bitwig? What the fuck are you? Why do you do that? I changed my mind. We're gonna use faceplant for this. If they were sold by themselves, they would be widely used for sure. Oh yeah, I agree. They're very good. Very, very good. Probably need to set this to a bar. And then no. Yes. There's a method to this, I promise. The reason why usually I just do this with LFOs. Like I'll have a set pattern and then just change the timing of it, but I'm just going to try to do it this way. Okay. Let's just see where we're at with this. Yeah, that'll work. There we go. It's starting to shape up. Nice. That took probably more time than I wanted to, but whatever. It's nice to do something different every once in a while. And we can just go. The reason why I like doing shakers like this is because they're actually tuned, which is kind of cool. It's kind of Nash. Nice. So I do want this to be have a little bit more top end on there. So let me see if I can pull this out a little bit more. Yeah, I'm a big fan of this beat. I'm gonna listen to the whole thing. I need to turn the air on. I'm starting to die. We also need that going, sorry. Yeah, this is a sick concept. Yeah.
Recording to logbook.
Yo, thank you so much for the follow, whoever that was. Did I turn my alerts off? I might have. Let me turn these back on. Is there a way that I can... There we go. Let me try to refresh that. Oh, I think it just popped up. Maybe. No, it did not. That's my eyes playing tricks on me. Thank you, whoever that was. I appreciate the follow. Yeah, that was cool. I'm kind of pace it back a little bit now. Oh wait, I was supposed to do something with current. Yeah, does anybody have any questions about anything so far? curve, I think is what I want here. Oh yeah, I forgot. I could just do that. Just set that to morph. And honestly, just turn the scale off. And then maybe the shift just a little bit. Set this back at 0 for a hot sec. Okay, turn this back off. Can I change the... Maybe I'll just do a low shelf instead, because I really don't want there to be... Sorry, a high shelf. No. Yes. No. Yeah, I don't want there to be any resonance on this. Maybe not. Fuck. Maybe I'll just use a peak. Just move this over here. Move this over here. Move this somewhere here. Seems like the green is causing the biggest issue. There we go. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. We're actually almost there already. We need a chorus. Multiband out. Don't forget to put the multiband. And I'm actually going to throw this on here and listen to this at 100%. So when this is at 100%, this doesn't... Wait, does it? Okay, so it just lets it pass. Yeah? That's what that sounds like to me. That's cool. Let's grab a swarm reverb. We just need to make this really small. Yes, no pre-delay. Why is there a tack? I need a comb filter. We're just gonna use a regular LFO for this. Make it really slow. Nice. Then we'll do one more Morph EQ. And then we should have one more space for a it's close. It needs to be a little bit more noisy though. It's close. Very close. Maybe what I can do is I can let go of this. And instead come into this and add another distortion. Yeah, it's close. It just needs a little bit more like fine tuning on this. maybe even just a little bit of this. I really don't like Current's distortion. It's not my favorite. There we go. Okay, it's close, but... It's okay. I think that, you know, I try to bounce back and forth between these because it helps keep things fresh. And then it's also like, yo, I did something really cool in Phase Plant. Now let me see if I can do it in Current. Let me see if I can do it in Serum. You know, let me see if I can do it on the iPad. So this is kind of what we're doing here. Yeah, that sounds pretty sick. There's so many controls to fuck with on this though that it's like, it's a good thing, but it's also kind of hard to figure out how to get what I want it to out of this. Like, it's close. That's crazy. That's crazy. Just, I don't know if you all noticed, but like how much of a difference even just cutting that off. Yeah, it's dirty, but it still needs a little bit of space though. Maybe just a little bit of stereo. That actually sounds a lot better. Yeah, that's... So maybe what I might try to do is put all this, or put the chorus at the end of this. Now the thing that I'm trying to figure out is just how to make this cleaner. Maybe backing off of this. Yeah, it still needs some kind of bite on it. Maybe what I can do is actually back off of... Can replace this and reintroduce that reverb again. Because it needs some kind of space in there, I believe. Yeah, that's pretty close. We'll just call that rah rah rah. It's not quite where I want it to be, but that's something that if I pulled up a patch from side by side, then I'm sure that I can do. But I'll make a couple of these sometime later this week while I'm working on stuff. Oh my god. There we go. Does anybody have any questions about anything that we did today? Kind of just chilling now. What's up? Long time no see. Oh man, I'm stoked over this beat. 100%. 100%. Oops, need that to be 1 octave higher. Cool. So I just wanted to record that, so that way I can get that in. Set this to like 24. Yo, what's up, Naomi? That's what's up. I want this to be like... It almost sounds like it's already distorted. Maybe the way to go for this would be to add a little bit of FM. Because I want it to be a little bit more... And then maybe filter it. Oh my god. Maybe I need a fifth. There we go. I want there to be like a... There's a little bit of space on it, but I'm not sure what kind of space I want. So sick.
Returning to logbook.
Thank you for the follow, whoever that was. Do I mind if you send me a drum kit? I don't mind, but what would the purpose be? I mean, I could take a look at it, but yeah, I pretty much I usually just use my own drums. Sometimes to a fault. But I mean, yeah, I can take a look at it sometime if you like. I actually like probably Discord. I still probably want another shaker layer, to be honest. Hello? Where's the Discord? You're not in the Discord? Dude, the Discord is like the best place ever. Okay, let's just make this from Skrizatch. Oh, was that why? Is that what I forgot to do? Seems like it. Maybe that's why the shaker isn't. It seems like nothing from OBS, or sorry, from Streamlabs is working at the moment. So let me see if I can refresh that. I might have to go on to Streamlabs and relaunch it because that's what seems like is going on. I'm getting alerts, but I'm not. I'm not getting like the visuals and stuff. Well, that's working. All right, give me one sec. Don't want to show you all my login info. Sorry. Fuck. So, Martin Luther King had a dream. God, don't you just love when technology stops working? I'm not really ready to go on a journey to fix this on stream because it's going to take me at least 30 minutes to figure this out. Bro, it's not Miles. I could be. Speaking of, I'd like to get some vocals over this, but just like some simple shit.
Check somebody! Check! Check it out! Check it out! Check!
Check this out.
And check! Check out!
Check out.
Check out!
Wait, where was that?
Check it out! Check it out!
Check it.
Check it out! Check some! Check it out! Check! Check it out!
Wait, where was that?
Check it out! Check! Check it out! Check it out!
Check it out.
Check it out! Check it out! Check it out! Check it! Check out! Check
Check out.
Check out! And check Temptation's anger! Check! Check! Check Temptation's anger! Check!
Check the beat out. Check this out. Check this out.
Check this out! Yo, check this out!
Check this.
Check your soul.
Check Salvation's answer!
What the fuck?
Check the vibe. Check the vibe.
Yo, check this out, man.
Uh-oh, Snake. Checkpoint.
Snake!
I think I need a sound check.
Uh-oh, Snake. It's a checkpoint.
Yo, check this out!
Jesus, these are terrible. Where did I find these?
Check Salvation's answer!
Check Salvation's answer. It's like bad fucking like bad Australian accent. I don't know, but I want them. Rapping Steve 2. Music 2000 sample library. Oh shit. That's from Music 2000? Let's go. I can't believe I have this. What the fuck? Where did I find this? This is like the best fucking jungle shit on here. Let me see if they have like pads and stuff on here. Wow. Right? Oh my god, this is taking me back. That's crazy. Singing Ruby.
And it always takes me back. Dance to the music. Feels like I'm burning. I got insanity.
Oh, okay. Yeah, Gran Turismo sounds 100%. Oh. Sick. Those are actually pretty cool. Of all things. Anyways, do I have... Yeah. Just something like that I think would be kind of cool. I can just do it myself. I need an F. I need an F. Check. Check. Something like that. Something like that. Yes, indeed. Check. Check. Something like that. Sorry. Check. 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 This probably needs to be check. 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 There we go. I think I can use that. It's not really meant to be anything other than like check. Check. Yeah. Ensemble. Overdrive. Not to be confused with overdraft on your account. Check. Check. Okay, I was thinking that that was going on a little bit longer than I initially wanted. Wait. Check. I'm thinking that I want this to be a little bit wider and also a little bit louder. Yeah. Man, the interactions, like just this beat itself of the groove, man, the fucking groove set it off for me. Yeah. I want that check to be like check, 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 something like that, so that way it hits that stereo field. Yeah. This is one that I kind of want to marinate on a little bit just because I really like this. Really simple stuff, but I wish that making music was always this easy. Like I know that how long have I been live? At least a few hours, but for the most part I wasn't really like grinding anything other than maybe a couple of sounds, and I even took a like 30-minute break to design a bass, but for the most part making that come together, uh it's the groove. I think that it's just when I'm trying to do the heavier shit, because like this is cool, you know, it's got some weight to it and it's got like that one cool sound in here, which is a fucking life accomplishment of making that sound. But it's when I try to like take away any melody and I try to take away the 808s and take all of that off and then be like, oh, now I want to write with, you know, just bass movements, just heavy basses, and that's when shit gets really hard. Really hard. This genre is also not really designed for it, and except in certain cases. But you kind of have to like change the whole aesthetic and the whole approach of how it operates, unfortunately. But yeah. Does anybody have any questions about anything that I did today, or y'all have any points of discussion that you want to talk about? Today's track, like, I just kind of let my imagination take me where it wanted to go. I still do need to revisit that last track that I'm trying to write for my EP, but this turned out to be just, this is fine. This is something completely different that I'm more than happy to put out on the thing here in a bit. Yeah. I'm gonna go ahead and balance this out. Export audio. I can kind of just listen to it, even with just this, with no context. It's good enough that like it could be its own thing. But yeah, man, that's why I love patterning 3 so much. It's such a boss sequencer. And on one end, it is a little bit more convenient that I can use patterning on the desktop, but I almost kind of feel like I still might even just want to use the iPad version because I can plug the iPad into the DAW and use that as a MIDI controller and just use it from there instead. But I don't know. The sequencer stuff has been pretty fun lately, I'm not gonna lie. And coming back to the Oxy one has just been, it's been a really nice blessing. A couple of things kind of happen in play that I've really been having a good time with. Like, as far as like melodic sound design and all that shit goes, like getting into feedback for one, and then also like this distorted thing that I seem to create a lot of and just make different variations of is really fucking cool. It just, but then if you take this into account, like with an effects grid, I'm going to put a clipper in here and say this is default. Because if I don't, then it's going to get insane. So if I go long delay, there we go, mix, and we send this back into itself, kind of like so. I'm actually going to put this here, figure out what this is doing. And just working with stuff like this is just awesome. Now, one thing that I still want to like find a VST for, I think that there's a free one, but like one major thing that is really useful to me are buffer effects. Have any of you all used those before? They're so freaking useful. Especially when like trying to come up with like melodies and riffs or like spin a melody off or something of the sort. I can't use the thing that I usually use right now, unfortunately. I can't even like mention it, but I'll use Portal, I guess, because Portal would be something kind of similar. But using something just like this with octaves and changing the density amount. Like, I just got so much material for this. That's fucking great. I just turn it off. And it's not just Portal in general. There's a bunch of things. Infiltrator, Beam, all that other stuff. But, yeah, like a buffer effect in its own right will kind of like sample something. Wait. Is it possible to buffer effect polygrid? Okay, maybe, because that's kind of what I was thinking was what's it called? Was something kind of like this. Grid tips and tricks, third-party system, mod wiggler, buffers and poly, modular sound design environment, friendly devices of the studio. Do you use the grid? Adjusting the buffer size. Okay, I don't see anything on there, but there might be something here. Summary, quantizing release. Yeah, so this video, I think, is this polarity? It looks like it. This would be a long video, but this might be a way to do what I'm looking for. But really, like, buffer is, there's a few different versions of them. Like, rescan is really cool because it'll kind of, like, record something and then rescan and replay back something. You have like buffer repeat, which is kind of like a looper that you can set to re-trigger and do lots of really cool shit with it. Wait, I might be able to do that with effects 4 now that I think about it. Or even effects 2, because if I can capture effects 4. Wait, delay 4, Ian. Come on, dude. So if I send this into here. Yeah, and I guess you could put effects in this too. But this doesn't look like this will get insane on me. Maybe. Yeah, it will. Interesting. But the thing with this is that still doesn't. Yeah, it's something to consider, but at that point you might as well just you also can't set it to reverse, and you also can't make it as granular as you want it to be, or as I would want it to be. But even still, this is an interesting device to start thinking about sending through hell for feedback and stuff, although I think that the effects grid gives me more immediate results with what I like and what I'm looking for. But if I set this to just turn this off for a sec. Yeah, that's pretty cool. Grab something like this. I'm actually going to keep that so that I don't lose it. Yeah, like just making stuff like this is so cool. can see why I keep it pretty low, because that would be fucking crazy. But we can do some cool stuff with this. Yeah, just like all this creepy shit. That's a little painful. Ow. But yeah, like this is one of the best ways to just get really dark shit. And that's what I love about doing that. You just have to make sure that you're working at a really, really low volume. Because those screams. But the thing is like, if you can get stuff like that, it becomes so cool. So like... you know? You know, we can even add like a ring mod. Ring my bell? The hell is that? But you see, like, it just has a nice, like... It sounds really good when it's not dry. It just has, like, stings and atmospheres and stuff. Something's playing. Oh. Yeah. So I've got a lot to play with in this project. I'll probably be working on this throughout the rest of the week and maybe a little bit into next week. But yeah, does anybody have any questions about anything? Do you have any questions? Is there something I can answer? Do you want to see me in the streets with that beef? I'm just kidding. Um, yeah. Questions, comments, and observations. Bueller? Anybody? Cool beans. Thanks. Yeah. Yeah. Well, all right then. Uh, nobody wants to talk to me, so I'll just talk to myself. Yeah. All right. Well, much love, guys. If I can ask for your favors, like the video, that'd be really cool. I just put out a brand new course for uh, drum design in Serum. It's $40, or you can become a member for $20 and binge all of my master classes and then just unsubscribe or something. But that's one way that you can support the channel. If you like my basses and stuff, you can get all that on alchemy.com. I'm also doing lessons. I'm thinking about doing a special, maybe for the next like month or two, for $30 for an hour. Is that something anybody would be interested in? I mean, I'm usually $40 an hour, and that shit's dirt cheap anyways, but because it's the summertime and uh, summertime is usually really slow, that's one thing that you can consider. I don't know. I'll think about it. Yeah, cool. Well, thanks everybody. I had fun today, and yeah, just talking to a brick wall. Yo was lurking. Love your content. Keep it up. I stopped producing for like 10 years. It's very instructive. Well, how do we get you back into production? You guys know that you can always ask me questions while I'm streaming and stuff, right? Like I talk to everybody. That's actually why I stream, is to have people to chat with. It's no fun when I'm just producing to nothing. Ooh, Big Bag Bling sent me a paid collaboration opportunity. Is a bold new brand that stylish hip-hop inspired jewelry accessible to everyone. Wait, this might be legit, but even still, I'm not going to do that. I don't wear jewelry. No, it's all good. I'm just saying. Just extending the invitation. Let me try to see if I can get the Discord to work one more time. Post your quick play spells. Get in there. If your classes are not DAW specific, I might consider around June-ish. My classes are not just DAW specific. They're student specific on what are your needs. What are your needs and how can I help you sort them out? I love this chair, but it's already fucking squeaky. Yeah, I need to try to figure that out. Okay, well, my Discord is also in the link tree, so join up. I'm back because I'm making the music for the movie I filmed in Iceland last summer, but love too much neuro, so I'm here. That's fucking cool. You could always put a neuro sound in like some Foley or something. Thanks for the live, buddy. Anyway, yeah, for sure. And for any of you all, I stream Monday, Wednesday, Friday, Saturday, though I might switch. I might switch the time of Saturdays either to be later or earlier, or I might switch it to another day for a little bit just to try something out. That's the benefit of working from home, is I can kind of switch my schedule around as I need to do so. But we'll see. I'm not really sure. But anyways, thanks guys. I appreciate you. Much love. I will see you all at the party in the Discord. Do I have a best of VSTs to get for sound design? Phase plant, phase plant, phase plant, phase plant. Might, like, if I was on an island with two, like, with a handful of VSTs, it would be the phase plant library, and it would be fuse compressor. That is like the number one thing that I use on everything. Phase plant stuff, fuse compressor, you're pretty much good to go. Everything else, like, I do have some other random plugins that I'll use from time to time, but I'm like more leaning into using the first party stuff more and more because I'm just like becoming acclimated to it and I like how it's beginning to sound. But yeah, I'm trying to think about anything else that I'm like, oh, you need this. But yeah, I can't really think of anything off the top of my head other than those two. Oh, rolling sampler. Yeah, okay, that would be the other exception. This is the best $20 that I've ever spent on music production. And what it does is you can put it anywhere, but I put it on my master after my limiter so it never clips, or never peaks rather. And it just listens. I thought you sort of liked Falcon. I haven't used Falcon in like 8 years. And in my Faceplant versus Falcon video, I'm talking shit about it the whole time. But no, I cannot stand Falcon. In fact, I gave my Falcon license to Chi because I never want to look at that plugin again. But yeah, so I can just pull this out now. Oops. And then it'll save to I just, so hold on. I think perhaps what I said was that in theory it's really powerful and can do a lot, but it's just abysmal to work with. I just hate working with it. But yeah, you can just pull out samples from, because it records to your RAM, and if it overlaps, then it will just delete it off of your RAM, which is really cool. The other thing is Beam. Beam is also a really good plugin for like atmospheres and like for twisting and resampling. But generally speaking, like everything that I have is kind of niche and and I don't like, I almost have a first party alternative to just about everything except for a good OTT. But yeah, I mean, even looking at this project here, I'm trying to see if there's anything. Pro Q4 is great. You don't need it. I got ROM for free. You can just use a big reverb. Yeah, like I have no issues just using EQ Plus to do this stuff, to do this kind of stuff. Valhalla Room, you don't need that. Convolution is just as good in my opinion. Distube is cool. I don't think that you need this, especially with like if you're using Bitwig, their first party distortion. Like this covers so many bases, no pun intended. Just because it has all of these different algorithms on here, but it also has the transfer function, which is basically just a wave shaper. And so even though this looks stupid, reset the curve, take off the bipolar, so now you're working from zero crossing all the way to the higher dynamics, and then you can like just build your own distortion. Yeah, stock EQ stuff for Ableton is just as good. So you don't, yeah, if you're using Ableton, you don't need fuse compressor. You just use multiband dynamics and pair it up or round it out with a saturator at the end. I tend to not use glue compressor at the end of my chains like I used to like 10 years ago. I favor saturation a lot more these days because it just really makes a bigger difference with what it is that I'm trying to do. But yeah, I'd say like top 3 that I use the most would be the Faceplant stuff, fuse compressor, I use Beam an awful lot, and then everything else is just kind of like random mixing stuff. Like, you know, Pro L2 is on the end of every chain. That this has been here and sat here for like since 2018, I want to say. 2018 I was in Ableton, but it was the same thing. Just I haven't touched it. Just that's newfangled saturate is great. I tend to favor the over clipper inside of Bitwig, so you can just use the saturator and just turn on soft clip and don't add any drive to it. I do use Serum 2 lately, but that's because it just came out, and there's a couple of things that are really convenient with this that I like. But yeah, I mean, what else? What else am I like, oh, I can't live without this plugin? I don't even know. I'm sure you've answered this, but my thoughts on Ableton on Bitwig. I have answered this in like 4 or 5 videos, but let me see. Ableton is still great. I have Live 12. And every once in a while I'll open it back up. The main difference between Ableton versus Bitwig to me is workflow. And since Rolling Sampler came out, like, I have to admit, for the most part, it's like kind of trivialized, except for a couple of things. Bitwig has built-in modulators to every single device, both first party and third party. You know, if I want to edit this frequency on the outside of this, kind of like so, I can just pull up a random or any of this MIDI stuff and just be like, yeah, hold on. Yeah, I'm just going to map this LFO to the filter frequency, and then I can just tuck it in within a key. Whereas if you're used to Ableton, you know that you have to use the LFO devices and all that other stuff, and it's really cumbersome to work with. Bitwig's workflow for me is so much better. It is so much more convenient, you know, like the routing options. I don't have to, if I want to put scalar on this, I can just put it right in front of here. Assuming I actually spell it correctly. This will work because it has MIDI through. And so I don't have to create another MIDI channel and then tell it to send this and then whatever, you know. And it's not like Ableton can't do it. It's just a convenience factor, right? It's so much easier. That's what won me over in Bitwig. It's modulators. Yeah. It also has better like bounce in place and stuff. So bounce in place, bounce to new track. There is no freezing and flattening. If you turn this off, it will save your CPU. So it also has like plugin sandboxing, which Ableton does not. Plugin sandboxing is dope. It's not perfect, but it is a lot more stable than any other DAW I've ever used by a long shot. But yeah, the audio editing inside of Ableton or inside of Bitwig is also more in favor for me. So let me save this project. Or actually, let me just close this project because I already saved it. And let me show you some stuff that you can do inside of this. If you want to have the clip launcher inside of, as well as viewing the timeline, that's also a thing. So I can go like this. I can also have this here. And something that I do every once in a while, I don't do it that often, is like if I'm doing a sound design jam or whatever, and I'm like, that's cool, I can just put it over here and use it as a bank. Yeah, basically. Long story short, HLR. It's a good way to summarize it. Now, the killer thing, though, is that within these clips, everything in here is malleable. So it's almost like these clips are timelines that are independent. So, for example, what I can do is cut this stuff up, kind of like so. And then I can fade them. I can pitch just this one. I can add something else from the outside in here. I can change the warp mode of just this one. I can change the warp mode into something different from this. You cannot do this in Ableton. The other thing that you can't do in Ableton is like multiple clip editing, which drives me crazy. So if I highlight all of these, let me get out of this, and I want to apply a fade, yoink. If I want to apply stretching, I can do that. If I want to time stretch all of them, I have a keyboard shortcut for that. or I can make them longer. So like these little things, because like this is the stuff that I use like as my driver, as the most common practices that I try to implement, if that makes sense. Um, yeah, it's freaking awesome. The other thing with audio editing and MIDI editing as well, and I will say that Ableton probably takes the cake for that one. Like I do miss retrospective recording. There's a couple of VSTs that I have that help with that. But what you can do with this stuff within these clips is you can also set operators on them. So you can do exponential rhythms if you want to. You can set a chance on them. And I know that you can do this in Ableton's MIDI, but that's also a thing. And then your sampler, this is why I've made several videos over these, because there's so many like small differences that like kind of accumulate. So one thing about the sampler in Bitwig is that you can actually just swap between these modes on the fly with automation. But Ableton has the slicer with simpler. The other thing that Bitwig has though is it has a granular mode built into this, but instead of it only being able to control one sample, you can load up to 128 different samples in here and have it all granularized at the same time, or just like Ableton, you can send them to a selector. Now, the other thing is that with Ableton Sampler, you can apply FM, right? So there's these like small give and takes, and none of this is really like consequential to, does it inhibit you from making music, but it's just like feature lists that these things have that are like very minuscule, if that makes sense. Also, Ableton has automation shapes that you can build into this, which this does not have. That's something to consider, but to be honest with you, you can just use a segments or a curve or whatever, and then just like do it like that with a modulator. It's kind of nice like that. It's nice like that. You have global modulators, and that's probably my biggest complaint with Ableton, is that if you want to modulate a modulator, you have to rack it, and then you have to set it to a macro, and then you have to modulate the macro. Should I say that again? That is the most fucking annoying thing on the planet with coming up with complex things. And I'm a creature of complexity. Let me show you. I don't do this much anymore. I have a pack like this, but this is a super patch. This goes from making something like interesting farty basses to neurobass to percussion to plucks to pads. They've got different like spatial racks on here. All of this, as complex as this was so easy to set up because everything is routed to a dedicated thing on here to where I can send these modulators inside any of this stuff if I wanted to. Let's open up Ableton for a second and let me show you Testing. Testing. Okay. Hello. Oh, now you're only on one side. Thanks, Ableton. I know, it's only on one side. Hold on. Okay. That should be fixed. Let me get my DS around here. Because my tooth anatomy. Sally sells seashells by the seashore. How's that? Is that okay? I can blame you. I asked about Ableton versus Bitwig. Yeah, I know. It just, if I open up Bitwig and Ableton at the same time, it does that to me. Yeah. I think live took over the mic audio. Yeah, it just, time shift effect is big too. Is it fixed? Are you talking about track delay? Because that's in Ableton as well. Does this work? Yeah, it works. So, yeah, routing all this stuff was just a pain in the fucking ass because you have to route it to a macro, and then you can route the macro. And then the other thing with this is that if you pull up an LFO and you have it to a modular, and let's say like you're modulating an EQ, this is like the cardinal sin of fucking, this is the cardinal sin of Ableton right here. So check this out. If I set this here and I map this to the frequency, it's moving, but it's not moving. It's moving, but it's not moving. But if you set it to remote, then it moves. But if you set it to remote, you can't adjust this. So you have to do this and then do this. But then it doesn't work. Fuck. That is the most ass backwards thing ever. Yes, it matters. Yes, it matters. Small flex. I'm a professional sound designer. It fucking matters. And it's annoying. That's my biggest complaint with Ableton. That shit makes me rage so fast. Oof. Yeah. Bitwig doesn't do that. Everything is visible, and you can see at all times what is happening and what's going on. Yeah. Oh shit. One thing that is also super sick about Bitwig is that you can have hybrid clips. So this is a MIDI clip, right? Doesn't matter. You can also have both MIDI and audio at the same time, which I think FL also has as a feature, but you'll see that this becomes half sound, half key. You can still play your VSTs on it, but the reason why this is so nice is because if you have something, you know, that like a moment or whatever, and Bitwig just crashed. If you have a moment and you want to resample it but not go to a new track, then you can just bounce that one little MIDI place right there. Lots of DAWs do that now. Well, it's still nice, but we're talking about Ableton versus Bitwig, and Ableton cannot do that. So yeah. Yeah, if you're, I don't know, if you're trying to have a Royal Rumble with all the DAWs, then that would be like a 4-hour stream. Come on, Ableton. Common Ableton L. Yeah, so Bitwig does not have the groove pool, but it has universal groove, and it can be modulated. So you can enable a groove here, and you can actually modulate this with a master modulator. There's a lot of M's, but it's pretty sick. If I close this, it's going to catch back up. Yeah, I don't know why it does that, but this is just a compatibility thing with my operating system, because that never used to happen. But You see here how I have a modulator? So I can go LFO. And then come into this and go yoink and open this up. And now I can adjust the groove or modulate the groove with this LFO, which is pretty sick. But I've got my eye on bitwig lately. I honestly, like, I've been using Ableton since 2014, and I've been using bitwig since 2019, and there's a reason why I don't make music in Ableton anymore. Not saying it's better, not saying it's worse. Yes, I am. I'm just kidding. It's better for me, you know? And like I said, like, there still doesn't really, like, we still don't have a really good answer to something like Simpler, you know? Simpler is just dope, like the things that you can do. And somebody recently came out with a script for Simpler that can do what bitwig does, if I'm not mistaken. Where you can change between the warp modes, which I think is awesome. I don't know how to do that, but I really want something like this inside of bitwig. We don't have... We have a slicer, but it's destructive. So if I go... Did this freeze again? Yeah, I'll just threaten to close you. Next time you freeze on me, bitwig, I'll just do that. You can go Command J. You can go right click and then go slice to whatever. Slice and fold. Oh yeah, slice and place is dope too. So you can do stuff like that that Ableton doesn't have, which is really nice. Beat markers, beat grid, 132. And then boom, like that's money, and you can set that to a shortcut. So yeah, if you do slice things into a drum rack or a multi-sample or whatever, or you do comping, it's destructive. And yes, yes. So when you have this stuff, it will take whatever is in here. I guess it's silent. I don't know why, but okay. And it's really annoying to like adjust and all that, so you don't have something that will kind of like auto chop for you. But I mean, in theory, you can, you know, have something cut something up if it's perfectly quantized. I think that the warping is a lot better within bitwig as well. So if I pull up a drum loop, drum loop, maybe. Did you freeze on me again? You threatening me? Yeah, what is going on? Do you wish to save changes? No. New project. Okay, bitwig is taking a dump on me. I think it's because it's jealous that I have Ableton up at the same time. Bitwig, please. I have a family. No, just cancel. Just work. Just work. Please. Please. Didn't want to do that, but I will. Yeah, ever since I updated to Sequoia, it's been shitty, to say the least. Drum loop. Let's try that again. Drum loop. Yeah. Yeah, I think that bitwig's stuff is a little bit better. Like that loops perfectly. This one, not so much. Unless if the loop itself is not. Yeah, so this works really well for just being able to like drag it in and then it automatically will shape it for you. I'm so used to that feature that I don't remember the last time I had to do that. I mean, even though I drag out loops and stretch them and do all that kind of shit anyways, yeah. And then the final thing is that some effects on both Bitwig and Ableton respectively are unique to each other. And that's just something that you'll have to get in and, kind of mess with. I think that Bitwig is lacking in the mixing department. Its limiter is not my favorite. I don't like their compressors. I love their clipper and their EQ and their distortion and their chorus and like spatial effects, all that pretty awesome. I don't actually like most of, other than the saturator and tube, I actually don't like Ableton's stuff that much. The mixer was the reason that you didn't even consider. No, the mixer is fine. It's the mixing tools. I think the mixer's dope. Like this is actually really good. You can do a lot of stuff with this, especially when it comes into DJing, and it's very flexible with what you can have in view. But the mixing stuff, like the limiting and all that, or the limiter and all that, is just not that great. Yeah, I don't I don't really like the creative effects that Ableton has. Like I don't like roar, which somebody's probably going to fucking persecute me for that, but I don't like it. I don't like the way it sounds. It sounds too harsh. I think that it's okay. Forgive me. But I'm getting ready to go on a rant that I did whenever I reviewed Live 12, and you're about to get it again because I just remembered and it fucking pisses me off. Please don't cut out. Do I still have sound? I still have sound. Yay. Okay. This is the most ass backwards thing I have ever seen, and it makes me so upset. Let me tell you why. Let's look at Meld. So Meld has some cool things, that have interesting modulation on it, right? You can change the shape and do this cool folding and all that other stuff, right? Okay. Then we look at Roar. And we go to the modulation. And it has cool LFOs. It has stuff that can do things like in the Matrix, like randomization. And then we go to something like Wavetable, which for some reason neither Bitwig nor Ableton have a wavetable maker, which doesn't sound like a big deal. It's a big fucking deal to me. And then we have its own modulation sources. Why is this not universal? Why are all of these things so different? Like, look at fucking Operator. Operator's pretty old, and Operator's goated. I love Operator. But, like, you have an LFO, and then this. You know what I mean? On the filter stuff, you have... I think I need to update everything. Or maybe I don't. I don't remember if Ableton updates itself or not. But, yeah, I think that mine's still pretty old. But, like, this is so archaic and does not make any sense. Especially because you can't see what it's doing. And I think that's been fixed in the latest update. But, like, it's all just so convoluted with the way that these devices work. They don't complement each other at all. And it's so annoying. It's so annoying. Like, the workflow of Ableton is not for me. I can do it. I've done it. But, like, all of these things that I never knew were such an inconvenience, like, immediately showed its ugly head as soon as I switched over to Bitwig. And with Bitwig, everything pretty much works the same. You want an LFO? Just fucking put it on the side. You want a multi-stage envelope generator? You can just put it on the side. You can make it individualized. You can have one multi-stage envelope on your master channel control everything else. But you can't do that in here. Unless if you build like some kind of crazy Max for Live device, but I'm not Polarity or Wolg or something. I'm somebody that does practical. When I say practical, I mean like things that are common knowledge and putting stuff together. I can make a pizza well, I can make a pizza from scratch, but I'm the kind of person that will go buy the ingredients that are pre-made and then make the pizza, but make it really good versus the person that makes the dough. You know what I'm saying? I think that's the best way I can describe that. I'm not into DSP. DSP is not my thing. But yeah, man, I just, frustrates me. Frustrates me. There was something else that I was going to say about live, but I can't seem to remember. Yeah, that's pretty much it. If I think of more stuff, I'll let you know, but for the most part, anything else that you like, all the other topics and stuff that I've discussed are on my Ableton versus Bitwig video, and I'm pretty sure that I've reviewed Live 12 versus at least 5.0, so maybe not 5.3, but at least 5.0. Yeah, that shit's so 2016. No, I'm not like, a lot of people that I talk to have been like, man, I've just been finding myself going back to Ableton more and more, and I have like the utmost respect for that. I'm not here to shit on Ableton. I still use it. I still teach it. I still have to use it because like when I do lessons and stuff, people are like, yo, do you still have Ableton? And I'm like, yeah. It's not that big of a deal, but if I had a choice about what I want to make music with and what I'm going to be my best at, it's definitely going to be Bitwig. Okay, so there's that. Any questions? I think that one more thing I forgot to do over my voice is I was going to add a smooth operator. Smooth operator. Shout out to Baby Audio. I never thought that I would use their stuff, but every once in a while I find some really like one-offs. Where is it? There it is. Testing. So right there. Sally sells seashells by the seashore. There we go. I don't think that I have to worry about clipping. Just because my voice is so quiet anyways, but hopefully that's a little bit better for you to listen to. Smooth operator. Going to bed. I'm fried. Thanks for the stream and enthusiasm. Yeah, for sure. You got this, man. Get back into it. Get back into production. Don't quit. Monday, Wednesday, Friday, Saturday, around a similar time to this. Usually, yeah, late afternoon for, oh my God, what did I just do? Late afternoon for Pacific Standard Time. I don't have like an hour or like a minute that I go live, but it'll be late at night for you. See ya. Thanks for coming in. I think that's going to be it for me too, guys. I had a great time today. I hope that you all had fun with me. I'm really happy with the project that we made, and I don't feel compelled to finish it. But it'll be fun to listen to a few times over and then think about what I want to do with it. And then also the way that we got there today with the patterning thing was pretty sick. And hopefully Olympia Sound Company takes a look at this, because I have some suggestions for them that they're so close to having like the dopest freaking sequencer ever. Thanks, everybody. I'll see you all on Friday.